Okay, so I want to show you guys how to prepare a terrain set. So so we could use it while map making. For instance, we can see how it is defined with rule sets. So they're so exciting. So essentially the terrains are defined with terrains rule set, but you can also define map blocks and thus define the terrain with also UFO. So you have to define battlescape terrain data to draw the UFO on the battlescape, otherwise you will get crashed when you will get the in-game deployment with UFO. So it has map datasets, and also crafts are of course also made from some battlescape terrain data. So we define map datasets here as well. So for UFO and for crafts, let's see more obvious example with UFOs. So you might know that the same UFO can appear differently on the battlescape. This is done because it has 3 different map blocks, and when the game is spawning the UFO on battlescape, it randomly chooses one of those 3 blocks. But the map block is only a binary data of coordinates and what number of tile should be placed on those corridors. It's not directly linked to the particular tile. It has no properties. It just holds the number in that map datasets. So the map datasets are ultimately define the whole properties of the tiles used for map blocks. It has both pros and cons from modding perspective. First of all, since map is only holding the number in this the number of the tile from map datasets, and it has no particular information what is that tile. You can easily mess up with essentially destroy your map if you alter something here. So for example, we have 5 different tiles here, and the map blocks only store what tile ID is placed where, but only tile ID, and this tile ID will be changed if you insert new tiles here. So you can only add at the back of those map datasets if you want to add some tiles. You can't insert in the middle of it. Oh, quick mind, hey. So, hope you didn't lose a lot. We're talking about how to define the map. So, but on the other hand, since map block is not defined, does not define properties, we can only swap those map datasets with another one, but keep the map the same to alter the appearance of the map. So that's how, for example, normal forest and snow forest and I don't know, autumn forest, the orange one, done. The modder can only alter those map datasets without changing the order. He or she just alters the appearance, and this keeps maps consistent, but looking differently. But I don't use that approach frequently, and basically the most terrains are already altered many times, so I'm focusing myself on making new terrains and new map blocks. So we should start first on discussing what those map datasets are. Again, those are presented both in UFOs map, in craft map, and in terrain map as well. So each line of those map datasets is presented with 3 files which has to be named the same, and those files has to be placed into terrain folder to be loaded by the game. So this is kind of hard-coded. Those 3 files, as I said, has to be named, has to have, I'm sorry, my English skills, they have to have the same name, and they define different parts of the map dataset. That file is mostly system file, and you probably wouldn't ever be editing it manually. The PCK file is the sprite graphics associated with the map datasets, and MCD file holds the physical properties of the map tile, and it holds all links to other in-game data. There are those files are binary, so you can't edit them manually. If you will try to open it with a text editor, nothing will happens. all of files other than rule sets used by game are binary, and at some point we will cover editing binary files manually, but luckily we have two different tools to work with map datasets. I personally recommend you to use MCD edit. If you want, let me know. I'll post the link in chat if you are not familiar with that. It is a very well made software and very handy for most of, but not all of the operations. There is an alternative to it, MCD view. It's a part of software pack, comes with map viewer software. If you are not familiar with that as well, I can make post a link to it. It's a bit tricky to configure it, not for map, not for MCD. That would be great if you don't mind. No, it's easy. So MCD init is very easily edited. Google it. I'm sorry. Nope, it's not. Okay, no, it is, yeah, MCD edit, MCD editor, yeah, by the way, it could lead to corrupted link. Oh gosh, yeah, I kind of remember I edited this page by myself. Oh, okay, so you have to save as. Oh, here we go. And for map view, there is a section here. It has very nice tools. The peanut are essentially must-have tools, and map view 2 actually is somewhere here. You should find the most recent release link. Yeah, it updates frequently, so stay tuned to it. I think you sent me a link. Yeah, I'm sure I did. MapView is not the editor I'm using. MapView is a Windows application for editing map, and I kind of don't like that so much, as we have different options with map editor made by Auto in-game map editor. For map editing, I love it more. I like it more, but with map view we got also PCK view, which is not that handy, but also MCD view. And MCD view, once you configure, okay, weird. Crap. Okay, it has 3 rows, which we cover lately, but you can catch the errors of linkings. Again, we will cover that lately. Visually. So my usual process of making new terrain is that I configure everything in MCD edit, save it, then open it with MCD view to check if those their styles are set correctly and there is no errors in that. I prone to have such mistakes when that leads that if you open the door, it converts to something, weirdly converts to some unrelated sprite, or by destroying the tile, it converts to something completely different. That is clearly considered a bug. Anyway, so let's see closer on what MCD edit is. The main window is essentially editing MCD file. As I said, MCD file contains binary data, actually multiple different bits of binary data that holds its ID. It holds its graphic appearance. It holds its collider, a 3D model. Basically, you might not know that although the game appears to be 2D engine, it's actually not. It's a 3D engine under the hood, a voxel 3D engine, and most of the tiles and units and all other things are considered to be 3D on the back end when you calculate projectile trajectory and when you calculate vision. It uses this 3D model. It consists of so-called voxels, and those voxels can be edited with so-called lofts data array. Basically, the lofts are slices of the 3D model, and you can choose from different shapes to set up a collider that you like. So in case we draw something say spherical here, we can oh, it's the biggest sphere actually. So in case we want some different shape here, like that, I believe. Yeah, and well, we just edited the collider if we want for our graphic. If we want it to works properly, because the projectile will hit the collider, and if it doesn't match the sprite well, it will look weirdly, like a projectile just plays through the sprite, or it hits the air. You might notice that those are pretty limited setup of different shapes, and sadly the vanilla one is only limited with I believe vanilla array ends somewhere here, I'm pretty sure, and those are mine own shapes. I think a year ago I launched so-called community loft pack. So I gathered all requests from the modders about the different shapes. I was doing that for the several months, and public it online, and I'm using it in from the ashes. The pain here is that you can define this setup of lofts per terrain or per mod. So the game use only one particular it can be modded anyhow, so you can essentially replace it with this file. So having this file says the game that it has to use this instead of all other ones. So I ultimately say that mine is correct, and if any other mod will be launched after mine with having this scanj file, it will replace it. So those binary files are tricky to handle, but if you are not making something brand new content, you can stick to either vanilla one, which comes with MCD editor and comes with the game, or you can use my extended one. It has backwards capability with all other terrains, so you would not corrupt anything. It adds things on top of the vanilla, but not instead. So let me know if you want a link of that. I can post it in the chat. So this is how we set up the collider. This is how we can set up the graphics. We will cover it in a minute. Let's see. As I said, graphic sprites associated with MCD are stored in a different file called PCK. Again, you can see it right here. So PCK file is an array of different sprite data of how tile will appear to the player how it will be animated, and other yeah, basically its appearance and its animation. Yeah. On the walls. You can use editor right here. It is not so handy like other pixel art editors. For example, I'm using Pride, but you will have to import and export sprite data. It can be done pretty easily, like we hit right mouse click, and from context menu we choose export as PNG, and we can, well, export it, and we can also import back PNG. So you export, edit it for whatever you want, and you import it back. But I have to say that this image editor is also very good, because well, you don't have to mess with the importing and exporting. It has pre-installed palette, which is also very good, because new guys to drawing are always messed up with palettes, and it's impossible here, so you can only pick the right colors. The palette problems are another topic, so we'll cover it lately. I like this editor also because it shows boundaries of the tile. You can draw those boundaries in any other editor, but those drawn boundaries will have to be drawn either inside of the block or outside of the block. You can draw outside of the block, but inside of the block, well, it can be sometimes replaced with block content, and having those boundaries is kind of essential when you draw big sprites, and when you draw something that has to be used together to combine bigger structures. For instance, we can see this right here, and to draw them by hand in external editor, you will have to deal with trick magic, but in here we can actually see how our tiles would look in game. To do this, we can use this grid coordinate. We'll cover this a bit later, what those inputs are, but let me show you really quick. So we choose to place snow on here and 0 here, and we can see that it perfectly matches. And also we can see that a single tile of the image that was the tile with ID 1 is behind of the tile that have ID 0 with those small dots. With this and if you draw something here, it will appear here as well. So well, it's very handy. I'm using always only this tool when I create something with some complex shape and mostly I draw here, but the tool set is pretty not so handy like one we have in Sprite. So if it happens for me to draw the whole terrain, I start to doing it in Sprite and only then edit it here. So those are frames of our graphics, and it can be linked here. For example, let's check out this this style. You can see that it has animation, so it's not static like this one that only appears as 7 frame. This one is altering. Each frame is differently, so appears differently. It has a loop of 2 same sprites, but you can define more complex animations with up to 8 frames, and it can be defined very easily actually. So to add new MCDs, we can just choose to add more. You can also insert or delete, but beware that it will change the order of the tiles. So if you happen to draw something with this particular MCD delete, or well, if it is used in game for some maps and you insert or delete some tiles from here, it will corrupt the map. Basically, if you happen to use if I insert some tile here, all tiles that are used on the map that are use those tiles, right, all of them will have to be manually edited. So the map would not be corrupted on the file structure, but it will be confused with it will mess up with IDs and will draw things wrong in the wrong way. So let's see on example. So we have graphics that not presented in this MCD, thus would not appear in game in any way. What I do here is that I'm using this, but it's not a very interesting example. This one will be this, and this one. Yeah, now here we have animations, which is more interesting. Now, to use this animation, so we have 1, 2, 3. We can set up it like blinking rapidly with this. Well, we can define blinking, but this is not equal to 8. Then if I do it like this, no, it would not either. So I usually draw animation frames equal to 4 or 2, equal to 2, because it can be tricky to set up animation with okay, so we can use this one. Then this one. Nope. It's also wrong. No, I don't like it. What can we do? By the way, I don't really like the animation because it shifts it a little bit, but this is okay, I guess. Okay, now let's define the loft temp. We can do it pretty easily. Okay, now this one scan G is showing how it will look on the minimap view. Essentially, it is the very same as loft temp. It's also a binary file that can be that can't be modded, and it can be only one for the game, and you can overwrite it with your mod, but doing so only works good for mega mod that you can be pretty sure that nobody else would override it. Otherwise, there would be a mess on the minimap. Thus, for mega mods, you should use only authorized mods. For instance, from the ashes, I authorize this one as FTA edition. I did it myself, but I do credit Mr. Red, the original author of this mod. Many mods are just use it as own asset, but I choose to make it as a submod. So yeah, well, but those scangy editing is also rare, so yeah, you shouldn't mind. Anyway, let's move on. Here is actually most of meanings here is described with this application. So essentially, if you want to create a sliding door, like it doesn't open like a normal door, but it slides at some direction, then it has to be defined here, either yes or no. So it can be only one if you want this to be a sliding door, or no if you do not. This byte defines if we want this tile to block line of sight. It can happen that you probably would like to have it defined yes with one. For walls and floor and big objects like oh no, this one is not blocking actually. Well, with some solid things, but also, as I said, loss is calculated with collider. But in some rare cases, you can define if the collider would be a solid wall, but we can choose to make it not stopping a line of sight, because, for example, it is a glass wall, right? So it's solid, you can't shoot through it without destroying it, you can't walk through it, but you can see through it. This should be defined if as one if you can't fall through it. In some rare cases it can be defined as yes. So yes, so this is used for some different walls. Let me show another example. I'm sorry. Oh, right. This is a different thing. Yeah, mostly it will be 0. Yeah, I got it. Um, I, I, I'm pretty sure you will have it always 0. Well, grab lift is a special property of the tile that can push your soldier upwards, and to move it I mean on the next floor, and you have to define another grab lift above it, I mean below it, to make it possible to go downward. So, well, if you want to make a grab lift, you should define it as a true. Now this is swinging door, like right? So it has to be true for most of the common doors. So with that, we need to define. Okay, we'll come to this later. So if this sets true, those tiles would not fire or smoke comes through them, although if the collider itself if the collider shows that it should block because it's solid wall, you can choose if the fire or smoke will pass through it. TU walk, slide, and fly is referring to how many TUs you will have to spend if you have this type of movement. Basically, XCOM soldiers do not have ever this slide movement. Nobody have, except in vanilla snakemans and silicoids. But you can specifically define different TU for those creatures. And for doors, this defines how much TU do you need to open or close it. To make oh wow, I didn't know there was a difference between walkers. Yeah, there is with this property. So this one should not be possible to walk through it, so we define this number. It means that it is impossible to walk through this tile because, well, it's an object, right? So this the amount of damage which the block can resist before swinging to the die MCD reference. So in order to destroy this tile, you will have to inflict I don't know, like 30 damage. If you define here is the max number, the tile will be indestructible. How well tile block explodes. Okay, this can be used for I don't know, gas station, right? Something like this that explodes itself. Even if there's something that does more damage. Yeah. If you set this like max number, it tells the game that it is undestructible. Or is the max this is the max number no matter what. Okay, so this tells the game that if this block dies, the explosion must happen. This is just a power of explosion. It is defined like you do for every grenade or so. This damage is hard-coded to be high explosive type. Okay, so this is die MCD. What's that? You can see that here I have some dice MCD. For instance, this one, once it dies, it will be not disappear from the game. Instead, the tile number 50 will appear. The that version of previous one. You can set up multiple levels of, you know, you hitting the wall, it cracks, then it cracks even more, and then it collapses. So it can be even recursive. So in here, if you destroy this one again, it will disappear because if die MCD 0, it just disappears. I believe I don't have death version of this tile here. No, I don't. So I keep it 0. How resistant to fire this element is? I think I want to check the UFO. The UFO, if those... Oh, those are immune to fire, so we will add this here too. And those tiles are resilient. Oh, this is immune too. Weird. This chair doesn't look to be fireproofed. Anyway, let's stick to the UFO. This alt MCD, as I said before, is the what would happen when you alter this tile. So by altering, I mean you open the door. I'm using this bit for my hacking mechanic in Fita, but for vanilla it means what will happen if you open this tile, right? So with normal doors you just alter this by this and backwards, so they are cross-linked. With UFO style doors, like sliding doors, you alter it to the opened version, basically the very last frame of the opening. Oh yeah, for UFO wall you have to define the animation of it. It would not appear all the time in the game, but only when you open this UFO door. That's why it has to be specified here. So you just pick the last frame of animation and use it as a separate MCD file, MCD tile, and then the game itself closes the door on the end of at the end of the turn, altering it back. It often has to be defined backwards to close it one. Otherwise, the game will, at the end of the turn, alter it to something else, or would not close the door. For example, if there would be a 0. So alteration MCD, we don't have those as well. For this terrain level is a specific property that can be used for crates, for instance. It is how we have to shift any object that stands on this or lies on this in this case on this cage. So we can choose to throw something on top of it, or it can be placed by the modder, like crate, and on top of it there is a something holding lying on top of it. So in order to not be able for the object to fade through that, you can define the vertical shift. Basically, you define some negative values. You can use alter another tiles as a reference, general idea how much you will need to adjust it. Okay. I have never used it, so no idea actually. This also can be used to as a block or not the light coming from different light sources. This can be used for defining different floors to sound like something else, like metal, normal wood, water, sand, or those we use I think we use those versions of these sounds. Tile type. Okay, so this is important. you might notice that in a single coordinate bit, in single bit of the map, we can store up to 4 different things. Like I can draw the map like this, so 100 will be the object, then what else, 69 and 17 and the floor, right? So on floor will be placed here. So this is essential to be to make the game know what should be rendered on top of what. So you can see that floor is rendered at the very bottom. Then it renders the what's that? West wall. Now then it renders the north wall, and only then it renders the object. So if we mess up with this and place object here and then see what happens, it thought that you should render this on very top of everything, and so it will confuse, right? It will confuse the engine. What's the draw order? So there are four numbers here, and it essentially used by map editing. So you can see that I can manually select where I would place the tile. So basically, when I choose it from the palette, the editor knows that this one is defined as an object in MCD. In MCD, over here, it is defined as object, and it will place it in objects plot of the tile. But oops, like here. But for some very rare cases, I might want it to be placed like okay, this is an example, like here instead of the wall, and then draw something as an object instead of it, like this. In some rare cases it can be used, like to draw things, to draw very special things, like where was it? Like okay, like this one, because this fluid thing is actually an object, but in order to draw another objects through it, we place those objects as a floor. So we can choose to place another objects in there. That makes sense. But it's so rare cases, and you basically don't want to ever mess up with these at the first so the storage is the floor and the ladder is the wall. Yeah, in that case, yes. No, the ladder is actually the floor. The ladder is the floor. I'm confusing. The ladder is actually a grab lift. Oh yeah, it is a grab lift. And grab lift was upcoded to be on the floors. They can't be an object or anything like that. It was changed like a month ago, or so you can make grab lifts at any tile. But before that, ladders was the floor. Yeah, I remember what the problem is. So I could not put the ladder as it is a floor, actually, not the object or wall. It has to be a floor to work. And the savage was an object to be drawn on top of the floor of the ladder. Oh. You normally don't want to play with that, so don't ever mind. And if you draw the object that is placed inside the tile, something that placed inside of the tile, it is an object. If you draw the wall, you know what is that wall, right? And if it happens that you draw a floor, define it as a floor, and nothing bad will happen. Yeah, right. So this define what type of damage over here would happen if this would be destroyed. I wouldn't define that. Oh, this is how. I'm sorry, I confused you guys. This one defines the resistance to explosion, and this is defines the power of explosion, and this defines the type of the explosion. Lord Firestorm, hi. So this byte defines the number of turns that tile will burn. So, well, to make grass or some gas station or something like that, you can define this here. This one, light source. Mod them all. This one defines the power of the light source, if it is a light source. Now here is a trick. Actually, numbers that are below 12 are not like working. It produces so dim light that would mostly not be noticeable by the player. So it then there is some logarithmic dependency, but if you want to make a value eliminating light source, you will have to pick numbers up to 12, above 12, up to 15. So otherwise the light from it would be so dim. In most cases you will not be ever able to ever see it. Now this is a very special thing. It defines the general behavior of this style. Actually everything explained here. If you want some UFO thing, you choose from 2 to 14, except this 13. So one is, well, XCOM entry. All tiles of the craft that are meant to be filled with soldiers must have this property. So basically the floor of your craft has to have this byte setup for 1. And if you want to have something like in vanilla, the first level of Cydonia, where you have to go to some specific place to get to the another layer. To define this specific place, you set up this byte to 13. Now this flag is only works on base defense mission. It actually defines how attractive this tile for the aliens to attack it. For instance, if all those tiles are destroyed by aliens on base defense mission, the facility that produces them. Oh, by the way, facilities also have, of course, they have on maps. How could I forget it? Yeah, like map name. They also do. They all do on maps. So, for example, a hyperwave decoder is very attractive to the aliens. They tend to destroy it because of high value of this byte. I'm sorry, this byte of tile information. So if you want to draw some specific facility, you will have to define some tiles of with this value. Now this is the setting if you want to be blinking of some tiles, not doing it simultaneously, but random. So if we do have a blinking, for instance, we have it here, we put it to 1, so every bits would blink with their own sequence. And generally that's it. So this is how we define single block and repeat it until you win. That's it. Quickly is teaching some modding stuff today and it has been very interesting so far. Oh, thank you, QuickMine. Okay, I forgot to grab a tea and I need to rest a little bit, so stay tuned. I'll be right back in a few minutes. setting up the volume of the music. Let me know if it's good on back and pause to check. Thank you. Right, so make sure to hit save all the time. The button has to be disabled. Now, originally we want to define some terrain, and we can use this. Music might be too loud compared to your voice. Okay, not sure if now it's the case, because I just made it not loud. Okay, let's see. Just barely. Okay, thank you. Now, we put everything we've done in the terrain folder, and then we can use it to define map datasets. Right, so keep in mind that you always need to have these blanks. It comes from the vanilla, and essentially it's the very first two tiles that game really needs to render the map. It's ultimately nothing, and this one is very destroyed tile. I mean, if you happen to destroy some floor tile defined on the first level, the game would not let you create a dimensional hole, right? So it will in any case replace the hole with this tile. It is very hard coded and it has to be presented. You can alter its appearance, but those two tiles are always came from these blanks, not datasets. They have to. Now you can define different different tile sets you have, right? So the order is very important here. In case of urban law, we have multiple different tile sets here, and if I alter the positions of those map datasets here, I will corrupt all the maps because they use transitional IDs of those map datasets. So like these tiles, this tile set have two tiles, then this will start from third tile and so on. So if you alter them positionally, you will make the game messed up with tile IDs here. So basically you define the terrain, and then you can originally I make some empty map blocks that don't have attached map when I create the very first terrain, but you can just, for making maps, you can just you can just select some terrain, create new map, and pick a terrain you want to expand, like I don't know, forest, right? So you from Mars, you want to make a new map, and it uses the Martian map datasets and I believe UFO dataset, map dataset. And well, then you just do some editing like that. Okay, I hadn't drawn this pyramid before. So it's done like that. And we have custom pyramid. This one custom. I've shown map editing many times, but I will repeat that saved maps from map editor would not be placed in the mod folder by themselves. The editor saves them in a save file, so they have to be manually removed, moved to the mod folder. So this is map, this is road. So the map goes to the maps. I'm not quite sure if I have to, because I think I've edited it. Let's see. Okay, so this is a new one. And roads files. Now, for map making, I think I have not commented that like what rows are. So this is a map, my map for MIB hideout, and it has two modes of map editing. This mode adds well the map itself. You can place different tiles here and there, but then you have to edit roads. Right, so roads are spawn points of the aliens, and let me open the vanilla map so you might be familiar with that. So, well, okay, this is a big one, and never mind. So the roads here are patrolling points. For example, you might have aliens roaming over here inside of the navigation, then move here at some points. It can go there. They use patrolling only if they can't can see the player. There are different. The AI uses state machine, so every AI controlled unit defines its current state. It can be either patrolling, attacking. It can decide to retreat and set ambush and something else. I don't quite remember all the states, but the patrolling is idle state. They all start with the patrolling. If they don't see you, they are just patrolling using these nodes. Now this can specify if I want to go on a separate block from here, and it also have the priority for the patrolling. So this is the likeness of this node to be chosen by the enemy unit. Right, so they are all equal here. They are at the same time are spawning points. So you can see this is used to spawn the medic ranked alien over here. Those are picked randomly with priorities, and thus you can place your alien at specific locations of the vessel. So this information is stored with RMP file. Well, and the appearance of the map is stored in map file. What else? Well, I think this is essentially it. You might want to play around it yourself. I'd suggest you to start with adding more variants of the existing thing, like making a new UFO is always exciting. You can start with small one. I'd suggest you to start with small blocks to focus yourself. You can also choose to draw a random map block. It is also very good for the beginning. Like you just pick I don't know, some terrain you like to expand, like I don't know, like farm, I mean the barn, and add something over here, some random maps added to the terrain. I will be very grateful if you choose to develop some variants for the terrains. Like a good place to start would be making a new variant of resistance shelters. Like those. They are essentially resistance hideouts in the city, in the middle of the city. Very simple to draw, and I don't have a lot of variants of it, so it's a good way to start. What else? Something happens. Out of the window. What else I would like to discuss? So another good point to start is adding a new item. For instance, I just had a request to add flamethrower. It could be fun to do. About MCD, about MCDs. This can be extremely time-consuming. I mean, really. So the way I do it is just copying some reference. I mean, I have a library of the dataset. I can't wait to set them on fire. Yeah, we'll come back to it soon. So I just copy paste the tiles properties and edit them on top of it, other than just making it from the scratch most of the time. So you can do it across the windows, but it only copies it from here to here with all IDs. Thus it copies the ID of the PCK file. So here 43 is like a crate, but in here 43 is not what we want. But imagine we have some crate here, so I do it in this way, just editing, not doing from the scratch most of the time, because it's faster. Make sure to save all the time while doing so, because in my case it happens a lot when I messing around MCDs and graphics and copies from here to here, and sometimes it happens that they all look the same, and after doing it for like 4 hours in a row, you just barely can see what's happening, and you happen to copy from PCK and paste it to MCD, and this will lead to this window freeze permanently. It doesn't crash, but in any way you won't be able to restore everything you've done after you saved. So save a lot. This should always be disabled. So for modding, you might also want to using a lot of references. For the flamethrower, I don't want to invent it from scratch. I very well know how it works in XCOM files, and I think I'm going to steal it from there. It's not I know that it wasn't original in the first place, so I'm not really ashamed. I will edit the properties anyways. Probably at some point I will edit the visual appearance, but Now I just described the whole scratch, how it happens. So let's see. Well, okay, so we have the item, and it has a lot of different stats. Actually, the item itself is I think the most complicated object is in the game. It can appear with so many different properties. So some items can be a handgun, some items, well, there is a lot of different cases, and I would strongly advise you to follow this reference. You might see everything listed here. I mean, it's very big API for the items. All of that is a property of the item, and we will play around it soon. So I probably want just to copy paste, I think. Even the pure copy pasting is also very time consuming, I must say. So we'll see. All mod structure are usually the same. So let's see. Earlier, at the end of the stolen positions will come very much also I said the way I want them to be at the start of the mission. I was pretty excited to figure out. Good for you! Okay, let's see. It probably called like flame. Oh, this is my flashbang. Flame. Thrower. Fire tank. No. Flamethrower. Is it? I think it is. Now, we have a reference rule set, and we will go through it step by step. Probably we will alter something, but first we need to grab those images. I'm not good at drawing at all, but probably we would alter something to not just steal it without anything. Okay, it could be not very fun to search through this, so there is a clue called extra sprites. Extra sprites is definition, so it is defined on ID 100. So weapon complication, classic weapons. Okay, let's see. So resources, weapon compilation, classic weapons. Somewhere here we might get flamethrower, right? So I do also have some outbound thinking. Now it's a we'll go step by step through it. So flame. Okay, we can grab it like this. Now we need to define it in our content. Okay, so I start first with defining the sprites. No, let's alter them first. I use ASCII for all graphics, and I usually don't draw the graphics from scratch. I use any tile as a reference because it already defines the palette. Because if I just make a new sprite, I need to define some properties that I might not be able to know, and the palette would be wrong and all that. So it's much easier to I accidentally make mana. Look at you. So let's see. We have a flamethrower, and what we can say about it. It has a tank as a clip, and it has it inside here. What I would change here, basically I would do this. So I don't like really this grip. I don't also like that it doesn't have any, well, igniter going like this. So we can draw it really quick. So we want ignition going somewhere here. so it would appear like that. You should always try to define the shape first and only then define the colors. So what do you think, guys? You can always revert it in case, but what I don't really like here is that the tank is too big compared to it when it's loaded. So shape. Can't fit. It's still bigger. But nah. Better anyways. Probably should not go through other objects, but ultimately you have to have so-called big obj for inventory and Wikipedia's items. Looks good. Oh, thank you for fine. For the clip, sometimes you want also floor object. We don't usually got floor object for clips. Do I ever? Yeah, we can use default hand object for clip. So the hand object is the graphics. Oh, by the way, here we have an addition. Right, so okay, we removed the grip, so the only thing I have to edit here is removing it alone. Because that's the clear difference. Now it's at least some creativity to this. Now we want to define these graphics in our mod. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired, so now here is the whole custom graphics that is loaded to the game. You can check out some mega mods like Pirates, SCOM files, Warhammer, and my mod, because usually they all type of custom graphics. But we don't need to use all of it. We need to add some graphics to the loaded PCK files that is used in the game. So basically, big ops in the inventory images. Let's see. So we just need to assign the IDs. And keep in mind to have consistent path names. And file names. Hate to say it, but I have to go now. I have to pick up my car from the shop. Thank you so much for the tutorial. Oh, see you, Quick Mind. I think next time when it happens to visit me, we can look through the code base, right? So see you later. Good. You might want to watch it on replay because I'm recording it for the YouTube video. It will be uploaded on YouTube, and I'll post the link when it will be done. catch you. I'll catch the VOD or your upload to YouTube. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you. See you. Okay, so this is another extension that is supported by linker, but you have to install it separately. Is called where it is. Yeah, you might notice I'm also modding some other games from time to image preview. So this is image preview, and if it works here, you might be quite sure that it will work in game as well. And if it doesn't appear here, you have an error. Also, it's very handy to, you know, go through those different clips to be there. Very handy. Oh, it's miniature what also appears here, which is also quite nice. Okay, big ops defined. Now floor op. Floor op is obviously the appearance of the item when it's lying on the floor. Oops, you might see that the extension works properly and highlighting the errors. So floor op 1, I usually just copy paste the names of the files because it happened they name differently. Now this is the handle. Could be not very obvious, but each new sprite needs a step. So because actually you are not loading single frame, right? You're loading 8 frames in a row. You actually can load any frames like that, so you can combine all, say, weapons in one big file and upload it like once. But it's not very handy because you will then have to define it somehow here and it will be a mess. So not very handy, but it is all defined with this, but when working with expanding some mod or working with small mod, you don't have to care a lot about it, and when the time will come, it will be easy for you to handle that. So for now it's only important to keep the number growing with step of 8, because before we added not only 30 but 31, 32, 33 up to 37. So now it's 38 tile frame, I'm sorry. It disappears. It's not because I have wrong path to it. And now it's good. Yeah, okay. So those are images. It has also the custom sound, I believe. That's also an issue. grab this as well. Oh crap, I'm working usually on a MacBook now, and turns back to Windows sometimes confuses me. So where was it? Extra sound, right? So reload sound, load to custom, load insert. Compilation crap. Compilation, eating sound. So you can only load WAV or OGG files. I would recommend you to use OGG files because WAV oh, it's stole from Battlefield 2. No way. No, we'll have to remove it. Not quite sure if fire sound. No, it's not. It's also custom. I did have it. I might want to replace it at some point. But not now, yes. Well, those are IDs of the sound, and these would be IDs of the graphics we just added. Oh no, it's not it. No, custom hit sound to records. Don't have such animation, I guess. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't like those animation really. Not like that. The best we have so far. Okay, what's that? those are strings to be defined at the next string. Those are big bits from dashes. Oh, that's mod. Oh, what I say? Controller. What's the proper English for that? The charge for the flamethrower. Flamethrower. What? What is from the ashes? Oh, from the ashes is my project. It's not actually the mod. Okay, so I know. It's not the mod in convenient application, because I do have my own engine with quite a lot different new mechanics. Like, we don't start with selecting place for our base. We instead start with base defense. I do have a custom thing that my engineers and scientists and pilots and also having new agents can appear the battlescape units, so you can take them onto missions, and for some missions you have to like getting one of your scientists on crop circles mission to gather samples of alien artifacts left behind, and engineer for hacking covered this lately. So we happen to kill everybody. Then, well, thank you. Then the base is set already. We have, like I said, agents. I hit Ctrl D so you see every stats. Soldiers, but you also have pilots with own stats. They can appear as soldiers as well, but somehow they don't have psionic. Looks like a bug. Yeah, probably. Anyway, those are different stats and agents as well. So scientists with their own stats, please ignore this black bar because it's a bug to be fixed. I haven't been able to define new colors. I would like to, but I wasn't able to do so, so it's black. For now I will pick some another color for it. Anyway, so yeah, you actually could try to train your soldiers, scientists. See, this guy happens to have some computer science. It's rare. It could happen. So that looks really good. Thank you. Now, as we have different stats for scientists and they are persons, we also have different stats for our research. So each requires different stat, and we can see this requires data analysis, and we can sort by, okay, so this dude sucks, you can assign those to, the more people you assign, the less the overall efficiency of the research. Like that. Same comes for the engineering. everything has stats. Like not everything is yet defined to have them, but they will initiate. Spare parts, yeah, they do require metallurgy, and same way we define people with best metallurgy and project. We choose to do some building the facility, also not construction time. Issue. Save it. Okay, so you can choose to assign. Oh, that's well. For testing purposes, I set up it to be built really quickly. But in nature, their construction skill would have a great effect on construction speed of the facility. You can crap. Yeah, it was already fixed, but I'm playing the old version. If this version is out, I would like to play it. It's like a whole new game. No, this particular version is not out yet. I'm just working on it. Again, we have intelligence as a whole new mechanic. We'll get them in a minute. Okay, so a lot of new graphics. I've hired professional pixel artists to draw some. Somehow it's not happening. Okay, auto tracking. So we can assign dudes. Crap. So bad. Yeah. You can see there is a lot of bugs yet to be fixed. Probably be doing some anyway, so yeah, this is corrupted. We have a prisoner mechanics, but I have to replay it to show you quickly. If we manage to capture some human beings, MIB in particular, we can start interrogating them or torture them, or for some we might able to even recruit them to get valuable assets. We can assign agents to say interrogate this dude. Okay, so I also do have covert operation mechanic, which is completely new. I can assign people to it, and something interesting happens once it will be done. There is a lot of conclusions for covert operations, so capturing the commander will pay off the game. Assume, yeah, this can be helped. Well, I would not like to spoil, but yeah, can capture him. Is it a question? What's better than not? Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. And said that I'm working on it mostly alone. Free time. And I don't have to work. Tracking with my resistance to show you the diplomacy. Yeah, the events have different conclusions, so you have to choose. Sorry. This is already fixed. Where are my resistance? Right, I think I broke it. Okay, so there is a diplomacy mechanic. I'm not able to show it right now due to the bug. Might talk to investigate into it. Anyway, yeah, so my quick fact, yeah, this is a new event. The globe was polished a bit. And I do have a lot of specific stuff for Battlescape. For instance, in the original game and in all other mods, I don't have any really tactical objectives. We just need to kill everybody. In super rare cases, there is very special objective to destroy some specific tiles. And that's it. But in turn, I do have missions where killing everybody is not the point at all. You essentially can't do that because reinforcements would not stop spawning. So at some point they will overwhelm you, and the reason for this particular mission is those resistance agent extraction. So you have to only evacuate them, and this is a mission objective. The secondary objective though is to destroy this one, but it's very really secondary objective. You don't have to do that just to get other points. So in this particular case, my reinforcement code is not really like one that was introduced in OpenXcom extended some time ago, when it doesn't force the game to continue. Oh yeah, I like XCOM too, so grab some inspiration from Long War mod, Long War 2, Long War of the Chosen, so you will see a lot of that. There are missions that requires you to extract some item, and you basically can't kill everybody. If you happen to kill everybody on the map and there is no enemies, the mission would not end, because the next turn or the turn next to it, the more enemies would spawn, so you should grab things and run away. I have also well, stealth mechanic, like for this particular mission, what's that? Oh, should really make this map visible. Okay, so let's see. The objective is to grab this item. Oops. Let's see if we manage. Oops. Those guys see me. You see, those are hostile, but it's set up that I'm disguised. Yeah, I altered this mission rule set that normal jumpsuit is a disguised suit, so you can see them ignoring me, although they are hostile. So once I do not hold any weapons, once I do not pose any threat to them, oh scrap, infiltration mission, yeah. If I don't pose any threat to them, if I don't hold any weapon in my hands, any item essentially, if I'm wearing this guy's suit, you can't alter it in game, but if you manage to get one and you do nothing hostile, they ignore you. But in this mission, once your disguise fails, they would raise the alarm. See? This guy is alarmed, and these two, because this one saw me punching him, and this was not, because he's looked in different direction. He wasn't able to see our crime. So the mechanic is that once they set to alarm, the next time those two units end the turn, they will rise the alarm level on the map. Once the alarm level reaches some point, which is dependent on the game difficulty. So on Superhuman, the required alarm level is really the lowest, and say beginner difficulty, well, you need more effort to raise the alarm. So once this guy ends his turn, he will raise the alarm level, and this indicator shows us that he's about to raise the alarm. And if we manage to neutralize those guys before their end turn, so either on the either on our turn with real actions or with reaction actions on their turn. So for instance, if the soldier walks out, saw you, and put a rising alarm, only on the end of his next turn he will actually raise the alarm. So you will have the whole turn to neutralize it. Actually keep in mind that shooting with noisy weapons, throwing grenades, and doing other loud stuff will pose all enemies in the huge area also on alarm because of my new sound mechanic. So there is silent weapons that do not do loud noise when fired, like well, silent gun, I don't know, crossbow. They are silent, so they are essential on those these guys' missions. So basically this mission is designed that you start covert operation. If you succeeded, you will get the unit with this guy's armor, so he will be able to scout through the map without posing a threat. And if you fail it, there would be no such a guy, so you will have to sneak your way through it. I'm blown away by how cool this is. Thanks, Kalakaku. It was being developed for 2 years, I think. Yeah, it's my main hobby. So I do both conventional modding to add new content to it and do coding job, because the modding actually is not very powerful tool in OpenXcom, because you can't basically add any new game logic with that. So oh yes, loser. So they will raise the alarm next at the end of the turn. Thus would spawn reinforcements coming from the edge of the map. So the reinforcements here are dependent on the alarm level. That's also XCOM moment. Yeah, very XCOM moment. So yeah, I was pushed myself to develop also the game engine So I have fork of OpenXcom extended. I do have all the features they have in their engine, and also I have mine features. I'm not quite sure. I've just showed all of it because yeah, I think battle events, also the key, the case. Yeah, so we start with evacuating the scientist. Don't know his own building, and see we have battle event that poses us secondary objective, because we need to grab flash drive. Ooh, the enemy. So see our secondary objective. Our primary objective though is to get the scientist. Anyway, I'm not sure we quite able to do this. Where was that drone? Yeah, enemy reinforcements. Run! See, reinforcement. We might want to cover you. Nice moment. Boom. Don't hurt us. Ow. Crap. There's no even a body. Okay, grab this floppy and run. As I said, we will not be able to kill everybody. They will keep spawning. No. Support the project with 5 years something for your hard work. Thank you. Yeah, we lose. I'm not sure I've shown everything. Oh, and there would be also hacking and sampling mechanics, but I'm not ready to show them yet. They are done code-wise, but there's no lack of support content. So that's the answer of what is From the Ashes. From the Ashes is a sequel of original game. Story-wise, we start when we lost the original game due to the score. imagine that you was not able to kill any aliens because they are super strong. In my reality, the aliens are overwhelmingly strong against conventional human tech, and you wasn't able to recover any alien assets at all, but lost numerous troops in combat, and thus you lost due to the score. And the moment the MIB infiltrated to the console was about to shut the project down, you raise your hand against it, and here where my game starts. Oh snap, it damage morale into you too? Yeah, it does. Oh Lord Fly. Was you only... So, Lord Firestorm, what the name of the flamethrower fleet? It appears... It appears like that. What's the name of this thing in English, please? How many soldiers can you have on missions? Is it the same as normal, or is it like XCOM files where you have like 2 guys at the start? Good question. I do have both. So, for instance, you will have to deal with both type of content. So, first craft is pretty decent. So it can travel quite far. Oh, it's just damaged, but it can travel up to here. So a decent craft, aircraft, and but another thing is that, let's skip a little bit. Okay, what do you think, by the way, about my graphics? So, chasing MIB. And on this particular mission, we were able only to have from 2 to 4 guys. That looks really good. Things. Napalm canister would be a good name. It's not the napalm, it's like gasoline. Napalm is the most common incendiary chemical used in flamethrower, and is easy to make. So it would be a napalm. Okay. Napalm canister. I think I will have to improve the damage then. Body. The morale damage to 30. Kaboo. The flamethrower tank. Oh, the tank was the word. Let's use flamethrower tank. I like it more. I will describe that it contains napalm. In a moment. So where was I? So you choose your agents to the mission. You see they improve odds. The agents, though they are not best in combat, but they do a great job. Due to this mission is investigation, and due to their specific skills in investigation, they improve the odds. But they are not as good soldiers at all. Well, this guy sucks, but yeah, they are not great. But they do improve it a lot. And you can grab the equipment and see you are restricted to concealed equipment. I mean, with, you see, booms, odds drops really significantly when we take the heavy weapon. So we'll stick to concealed. You can have it, but it would force you to fail the covert operations with circumstances. Sorry, my English. So for this mission, I saw the two tactics. Use the disguise weapons to hope we win the operation, or instead equip with heavy guns to force the lose of operation. Then, okay, spoiler, more extensive encounter, but with good equipment. So it's up to you. Basically, you can see all concealable. Now we started. We wait. More. Okay. Yay. The operation is over. And we have a story for it. And the battlescape encounter. And this is formed more like XCOM files early game, which I love. So you have both at the same time. Hope I answered your question. I think I really do. By the way, custom map I made. And what do you guys think about this little intro? Like I send people with good stats, so if you give them good guns, they just miss all. Yeah, shit happens. Intro is great, thank you. Okay, so flamethrower tank with stats. Where this item is reduced to 0. Go throw. This would fire for, yeah, for 9 tiles is okay. Sentries, heavy weapons. Is it heavy? Probably. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway. We need to make a manufacturer also to produce it. Yeah, I realized that my so-called tinkering mechanic, when they invent stuff by themselves, is not working. So I think I reduced it to something conventional. Okay, leave the katana. I should balance it. So, 3 of those. Those cost you 700. Not that much. Oh, 3 of those cost you 600, and also say 200. So the clip must cost you much. I guess like that I will balance the numbers with batch, but basically this is it. I only need to make Wikipedia article about it. Forget to make an article for clip as well. It's not shown, but it is important. wouldn't making Wikipedia description yet. My problem with XCOM files is that every game is good, but then it spawns boring missions where you get no good loot, like hunting bats and spiders. I do have many of those missions optional. You basically launch them by yourself with covert operations and investigation stuff. So if you don't need them, you wouldn't do any actions to actively spawn them. On the other hand, the game forces you to grind because you don't have consistent supply of the money from the console, because remember, XCOM was shut down, so there is no support from the console, and everything you get is what you get from the loot. And since you don't recover all stuff at the end of many missions, because you have to smash and grab and abort missions at some point, launching your craft without gathering all loot from the battlescape. Those loot missions you might want to spawn at some point would be very good for you. Also, I want to make my monster hunts very first of all difficult, because I don't have that many boring monsters that can do a lot of damage to you. They are either can shoot or really tough or really fast, so they pose significant threat to your troops. And you start them with covert operations. Ooh, I haven't shown you really interesting thing. The spookiest flamethrower. Not exactly the monster hunt mission would fit. So we do have some spooky stuff. So, whoa, I got that. We have to actively search them with flashlight. And see that, that's spooky. To you. I hope so. Those are bastards. I have to run away. Oh, and loyalty mechanic. Yeah, I forgot about loyalty. It essentially replaces the score because you don't have any funding, nation support and stuff like that. And loyalty greatly affects on your people's escape efficiency and affects your morale on battlefield. So with low loyalty, you will likely lose. You should grind it. Oh, I want this tinkering to be a thing. Do I? Or do I not? Probably not. Do another research. I really like the feature. Yeah, some can. Some enemies that are not conditional, like MIDs, they can do that. But not that many actually. What I hit. I think would be better to make thinking. And here's why. Oh crap. Damn mosquito. I hate them. Luckily it's too cold in Russia to have mosquitoes with some infections. They're still nasty. But I moved that to covered operation. Is there any terror from the deep stuff in this? Oh no, I don't have any yet, and probably I would not before I will able to make a full release. So underwater stuff will be in form of DLC, and it will be very fun because it will have specific underwater bases for very special purposes, and you will be able to shut down the UFOs over the water, and they splash down to produce specific wrecks, so you could dive in and recover. It will be fun, but I think about it as a DLC or something like that. The shit of mosquitoes. Oh, I imagine. No. Crap, I don't have centralized manufacturing code already. Oh crap. That's the very same. finally remember. Mosquito. I think they are coming from the opened window. Excuse me, guys. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Is it possible to make subs only move in the water to escape? Well, I wouldn't say that it is impossible. It is not impossible because the engine dependence. So we have a map editor done 2 years ago with game engine, which can help us map editing. And this was considered impossible, but it happens. So it was done just I think 2 years ago. So I wouldn't say that it is impossible, but you have to code it from the scratch. You see, the XCOM engine is not like normal engine game devs use nowadays. So it's not like Unity or Unreal Engine, where a lot of basic stuff was done for you and you are free to use. Like when you make a Unity game, you don't have to code collider mechanic or gravity mechanic or rendering stuff or pathfinding, basic things for the game. That is why it calls the game engine. So you can only add logic on top of it that makes your game, well, differs from others. But you don't have to code the common things. On the other hand, XCOM, OpenXcom is a very custom engine. So it's just an application that runs, so everything builds here from scratch. Like you have int main, and here we go. So you set up the game and run it. I don't know. So there is how you init audio, and it's all was done by hand. From the scratch. This particular line was last edited by Super in 2014. Those are more ancient and less ancient parts. This is mine. Yeah, mine part. Mastermind is a big piece of the game. Now that orchestrate your campaign. Yeah. So, for instance, my engine can't launch the same missions in the row, so they can't repeat. It has to be gap between that, and Mastermind keeps that your experience consistently. Sorry, my bad English. Skills. So basically, you need to code it from very scratch. And to be honest, I don't have even an idea where to start, because now everything just travels. Just travels on the straight line, and there is a code that defines if there is water or not, because you are unable to, for instance, set up your base there. But oh yeah, alright, like that. But I don't imagine how this pathfinding could be achieved. I know how pathfinding can be achieved in terms of turn-based tile games. How can I say that in English? With how that sounds in English, I'm not quite sure. This can be done for tile-based thing. So but I tried to edit to vectors, and I personally fails because it requires very decent math skills, and yeah, that's how pathfinding works actually. Very interesting. So I mean, that's how it can be calculated. It's the simplest way to make pathfinding. I'm taunting Yankees, very proficient coder of the OpenXcom standard, to make something like that. We're discussing that feature, but I don't think I can't promise anything about it because I'm stuck in math. I mean, in math like that, because most of my code was really simple logic. A lot of different but simple logic. And I think the most difficult part in my code is calculating the covered operation results. This was the most advanced thing, because stats do not affect linearly. I'll try to show you an image of that. Sorry, it's all in Russian, but I wouldn't be able to find that image in Discord. By the way, I have a Discord, so check it out. Stay tuned to the project. Ahead. Yeah. So that is how stats affects the yeah, that how stats affects the result of the operation. So the input is not linear. I think that is the most advanced thing I've developed for from the ashes in terms of math. The other thing is just roaming here and there to add stuff. So I can't promise anything, but for my underwater bases, I don't think that to make underwater bases happen, I need two particular things. First, I need geoscape pathfinding based on the globe, and second, I need to specify craft per hangar type. So underwater base will have underwater hangars with underwater only crafts. It's impossible right now to define what crafts fit what hangars. surprisingly, it is very hard to although sounds pretty trivial, there is multiple cases you have to handle manually. It's not like yeah, and this is not math part, but there is a ton of logic you will have to refactor. And I hope at some point OpenXcom Extended will have that feature, and I will deal with that only if there would be no progress on this specific topic for a long time, because if I deal with that and then Meridian decide to deal with that in OpenXcom Extended, I will face problems with merging two different forks. So this is first thing. Oh yeah, and I will need to have different interception and different radar types. So underwater radar will only deal with USO, and your normal radar will only deal with your airborne aliens. This is also a thing. Those have to spawn different states with different background, different sound. It's all has to be coded. So the player would feel that it is different. And I will have to have GSK pathfinding to add subs. Before we have that, my plan is only to make a base that could launch on covered operations. So only underwater base would be able to launch some specific form of covered operation. So I will redone it for them to appear on, I don't know, survey missions, but those would be using my underwater my covered operation code, which does not require any interception, any such things, any complicated things. It is easy now, and the player would be able to launch those only from underwater base, which would be its main purpose. That's my plan if no achievements code-wise would be able. Does underwater fighting even fit in with the lore at this stage? I do think so. I do have a plan for lore about it. It would not be about Craft and Starcraft. It would not be about ancient alien vessel. It will have its own thing. I wouldn't like to spoil much, but it will all happen only after I finish the main plot. Wouldn't deal with that before you were able to win from the ashes, because nowadays it is very limited. Oh, thank you. I hope so. I hope it would be enough to justify having underwater bases. Oh, so guys, I will do some more improvements on that because I want to make finally shields manufacturable. Like finally, yeah. By the way, I've added pretty advanced stuff for you to research eventually. I think I need to close some tabs. Stupid mosquito. I'm sorry, guys. Nah, it's not the new stuff. Is it? No way. What else do I do have? That thing should not be dazing. Came to that. Usual smoke grenade takes. I want to balance this quite a bit. Usual smoke grenade is a lot better because it not only have additional power but also effective radius. I think I just remove that. Yeah, because people complain about provide smoke being meh. Do you guys think I need also improvised daze grenade? I mean flashbang. Does not improvise smoke already. Oh no, I just done that. So improvised smoke will be smoke only, just not that good as usual smoke grenade, not in terms of so it difference now only with power. So conventional smoke grenade is more powerful, and conventional has larger radius than it should have normally. So the smoke, compared to this, the smoke is well, not that good. On the other hand, it will not explode this turn. So yeah, improvised smoke is only smoke now. I don't like that mixed concept anymore. Well guys, I think that's okay for today. I wouldn't mind an improvised flashbang if the smoke doesn't do double duty anymore. Wouldn't mind an improve. Okay, so flashbangs are pretty useful for taking hostages. Yeah, I guess I will just make improvised flashbang for just not that effective. Yeah, I'm streaming for 4 hours now, so thank you guys for your support. Make sure to visit my Discord and stay tuned to the development process, and as always, I'm very glad for your feedback, and chatting is also very exciting for me. So the main fuel for my work is players' feedback. So the more I receive it, the more motivation I have to roll with it. So okay, so see you guys later. Goodbye.